Everyone loves Martins. Hey, get grabbed from the water. Yep. Called it. Quick, after him. It's my industrial strength hair dryer, and I can't live without it.
Depending on how their forward spawn's looking, I might take it if they're all here. You know what? I have an ult here. Oh my god, we're doing this. We're fucking doing this. Holy shit, there it is.
That's called teamwork. I threw them all into a pile for you to blow up. Now I'm in trouble. That's what I kept. Well, unless I get saved, I'm in trouble. Woo! Woo! I wasn't dead. I wasn't almost dead. You were almost dead. Tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want. What I really, really want. I really wanna you to say, ah.
Restore your majestic energy to its natural efflorescing state.
Mario is a game about platforming and stomping on chestnuts and Koopas, which are turtles. Then there's Bowser. He's the big bad. Steals the princess every game except for the ones where he doesn't. And I screwed up because I was thinking about Wart and what's his name from Super Paper Mario. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot. Enjoy the pie. See? There you go. Pie fixes everything. Well. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough. I think it won this. Unless. Oh, yeah, there goes its. The clothesline! Oh my... What the hell? Swampert! Swampert's like, I had enough of your shit! Let's Ghostfaced! No? See, look at that. It's just like, hey, I'm here to... Oh, let me not. I'll let him get his spooks in. I won't look. See, like there, that was just me going, hey, would you like the point farm? No. And then he leaves. Fair enough. I count that as a friendship. I asked the question, he said no, we move on.
And melt me up all doors. You got me.
Orb! Look at him! Look at him! Oh wait, we do want to go up. Hoo-hoo. Oh, is he gonna have 3 dimensions? 3-dimensional QLX? Greater evil power. Please be 3D. Yes! Oh god, he's beautiful. What do I play to deal with dark? I can't. If you were a fairy, you would be perfect, but you decided to become a Gallade. So... Volcarona, hope for a burn. Well, what do you know? Fuck us. Sometimes it just works out! Oh no, my flashlight that I just found. Whatever will I do? That should not have worked! You ever think about fire? I do. Sometimes I just want to think about fire. Hello everyone. Ham. Well, that's a lot creepier even when I switch back over where it actually has the music. It's just, when I switch over to the game, there's no music, it's just wind. Makes this a lot creepier, doesn't it? We just think about fire. There we go, there's the music. Hello everyone, Ham. Welcome
welcome back. We're at the weekend, and we're... Oh, well, no, we're not. It's because I did it on Friday last week. I am just messing everything up. No, it's Hump Day. We're halfway through the week. We still have another half to go. So we're kind of working our way through Dawntrail a second time. I do want to make a point out of that. You do not need to worry about, tiptoeing around spoilers and, wink, wink, nudge, nudging. I've already beaten the MSQ. I'm just taking my second character through and commenting on the story with the information that I've gathered from having played through it once, and also just kind of listening to other people's thoughts on the matter, because it's been an interesting thing to think about. Also, Corn Servant. But ho, Corn Servant. Well, if it isn't my dear friend from Tuliyollal. Wow, I'm stumbling on the first read. So I need to do this more. I need to practice reading stuff out to the stream, so I stop, tripping over my forked tongue quite so much. I do hope your days, as well as your stomach, have been full of merriment and cheer since we last met. I mean, I had some chicken strips. They were pretty nice. Glad to hear it. I was just passing through when a faint rumbling caught my attention. The unmistakable sound of a belly in need. How fortuitous that fate would also guide you here. Might I impose upon you to help me once more? If you would lend an ear... Waka waka! The poor boy's troubles, I can determine how best to lend an ear of my own. I don't think I've ever seen that targeting thing before, because I never, hit 5 on my numpad. Waka waka! When looking at stuff. It's wild. Yeah, that's also my waka waka button, and because I still have not set it up to be on like a stream deck or anything like that quite yet. So if my numpad does other things in the game, it's going to cause that to happen when I try to do my wacky wahoo wild sound effects. If you've come for business, I'm afraid I'm much too tired right now. It's strange, really. No matter how much I sleep, or try to sleep, I suppose, it never seems to be enough. And despite the weird grumbling of my stomach, I have no appetite. I recognize a lover of corn when I see one. The problem, I believe, is that he eats only corn. He's exhibiting clear signs of malnourishment for lack of a well-balanced diet. Though my dominion is only over that which is corn and kerneled, there may yet be a way he can help him. Prepared with lime water, my corn can be enriched with additional nutrients. Behold! A rich and creamy corn soup. Surely this will help remedy what ails him. Here, friend. Soup. That soup will help me feel better? Oh-ho! A corn soup! Really is the best of foods. I can't get enough of it. I never thought eating only corn would be bad for me. There's no denying how terrible I've been feeling lately. I suppose I'll need to be more creative with my corn cooking. Thanks for this. You give me much to think about. It reminds me of, what's it called? Rabbit poisoning? Like people in survival or hunting situations, they catch a bunch of rabbits and they only eat the rabbit meat, and it's so lean that they still end up malnourished. Because of how little nutrients and stuff is actually in rabbit meat. You do things like eat the intestine, the organs. Intestines probably not, honestly. Eyes, brain. I know it's morbid to think about, but I watched a lot of Survivor Man back in my day, and I sometimes go back and watch through them again because it's free on YouTube. Les Stroud put it up on YouTube, so you could watch it for free whenever you want to, because he owns the right to it, which is really awesome. Every once in a while, I go back and watch through them. You'll never know when vague memories of a survival show may help you out. I don't know. Nothing like a nice warm corn soup to warm the belly and the heart. Let this be a reminder, my friend. It is possible to have too much of a good thing, even corn. But in moderation, together with other herbs, spices, and flavorings, you can enjoy a cornucopia of delectable delights. I believe our work here is done, but know that where there are those in need of sustenance, I will be there. Fare thee well. Those who haven't been for our streams, I'm mainly focusing on doing the story quests. Side quests, gathering the Aether Currents, all that stuff. Corn Servant notwithstanding, is all being done off-stream in between each session, so... You won't have to see, like, a whole litany of side quests left untouched and, sections of the map left unexplored, because I will do those in my downtime. We are close enough. Let's just save a couple gil and just ride my... You know what? We're gonna ride the Ark. We're gonna ride the Ark over. For the cool music. But yeah, it's just like a random fact I remember from either there or somewhere else that, Like, normally, I don't think people will just eat only one food unless that's the only thing available to them. But it's like an actual thing I think hunters and stuff would do, because they'll catch a lot of rabbits and eat that and nothing else and still get sick because of it, due to the lean meat of rabbit. I don't know if it's actually called rabbit poisoning, but the preferential thing is never to be in a survival situation where you are forced to, worry about stuff like that to begin with. At least, Survivor Man seems to show, try to give a due respect to the survival situation and, hey, don't try this. Don't go out and try this on your own. The best thing to do is not to get in this situation to begin with. But here's some things that you can try to do to make your survival situation a bit better. And giving it the full gravitas of, you're in a bad situation. Holy crap, Jesus, this is what you'll know to avoid not dying. Hopefully this information is useful, kind of a situation, Compared to, some shows that try to make sport of it or even give outright lies, like, what was it, Man vs. Wild? I don't know how true it is, but I heard, like, the guy in that actually never was in left in survival situations. The crew was always there, and he was just kind of taking shots and giving the idea that he was surviving, even though he wasn't. Well, that could all be hearsay. I just remember someone saying that somewhere. How truthful that information is, without proper research. Look at us! We're not in a survival situation being forced to eat rabbits. You're safe for now, Aaronville. The contest has barely begun, and we've already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. We've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one? So it would seem. By continuing to retrace Golul Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the Giants next. Like Krau said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yahui is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kozamaoka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. call on the Moblins first, then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of we wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do, then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whichever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course, who do you take me for? Are you ready to face the horror of the sea alpaca? Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements to obtain a sea alpaca. It's a fusion of alpaca and duck. We call it an alquaca. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. And immediately go to bed. This is something that was nice that they started doing in, what, Shadowbringers? Where, you know, you actually kind of, like, instead of just hitting all these points, bam, 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 bam. You know, there are periods where your character is, like, taking a break. It's like, okay, hold on, well, we need to do preparations. We need time to rest. We need to take a nap. It's kind of nice to show that you're not being, you know, your character isn't being slammed with problem after problem, like, you know, every waking second of their day, and never getting time to rest. Anyway, I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Pakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachu Meki Meki, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go then. Ready? The markets of Wachu Meki Meki are to the east, on the other side of Bayside Bevy. We have the fastest way to get there. Beep beep. There they are, there's Ropley. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine morning? Has it ticked over the morning already? Because it looked like it was night out when we got here. Anyway. Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been shipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? I mean, Pakul Jaja's head. So, yes. Or something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tuliyoll's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it prepared for you in two shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Giganti, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually. Thought he might have reason to visit Wachu Meki Meki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humbly Repley of this grandly century of Tradely. No. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you, Giganti. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I want to open up the crafting and gathering quest lines. Holding us up. I've seen that man somewhere before. It him. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fonjean Kane? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it, then. Why are you here? That is to say... Whoop, 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 whoop. Actually, good on Wook Lamont for remembering the guy's name. I'm terrible with names. I have to, like, hear them and say them for days on end before they finally stick. Which is really problematic whenever we get new coworkers. If someone pops in the chat and they've been here like once or twice and their name is not something that's pronounced different from how it looks, or I forget how it's pronounced, I definitely feel bad about it, but I mean I mean no harm. I just got a bit of the bad brain. Anyway. And we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if you could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link pro if you find him first. We are the protagonists, so we certainly will be. Actually, if I remember correctly, he's out on one of the docks. I think I know specifically which one. No, that's not that one. Maybe? Wait, no, he's not even on the docks at all. I was confusing. Yeah, I was absolutely confusing him with one of the side quest guys. There's a pack. There's a guy, for like the balloons. One of the side quests, and you have to go find him because he's not reporting to duties at the end of this dock. Which is also supposed to help you find a lookout point, which is behind those pots. Or no, they would just be right there, but I've already hit it up, so. He's out on the beach, right? Yes? No? Maybe so? Nope, I'm thinking of another point in the... That character at a different... No, there he is. He is out on the beach. I was just thinking wrong part of the beach. I think you see someone over there at some point, too. This is why it's sometimes fun to just go through it again, because, especially if you're doing everything, and you have a memory as flaky as mine can be, you forget bits and pieces. It's almost like I'm playing it blind again, except I'm not. You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait. We've met before, haven't we? On the ship. Ship, Captioner, with a P at the end. The boat wasn't that bad. There was just a really terrible lightning storm. You found him? Good. I'll be right there. Like, what was that whole thing as a kid? Hold your tongue and say, I was born on a pirate ship? Why'd you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Is that joke still available? Like, do kids still pull that one off? Or has that faded with time and I'm just showing my age with that prank? There's another one, but it's kind of an insult to the mentally handicapped, so I'm not going to repeat that one. I fortunately never participated in that particular joke, but I'm also not going to repeat it. If you know, you know. Please, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? Oh, I'm just talking about old jokes, Wooklamot. Don't worry about me. You need to help the elf here. The Ellison, sorry. Or what? Actually, there aren't any Ellison over here, are there? I don't think I've seen any. I didn't think about that until just now. Like, there's another race that, like... There's notably not a lot of Lalafell, which I noticed because I play a Lalafell. Like, wow, it's just like kind of me and Kryl over here, huh? But I just thought about it right now. I don't think there are any Ellison out here. I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not! Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. Because, yeah, like, we have Hero over here, Viera over here, Mikote are out here, Hrothgar are obviously out here. I woke them up. But yeah, no Lalafell, no Elzen, and like Al-Ra kind of makes sense. They've notably said Al-Ra are primarily from, you know, the East, and we went opposite. We went West. Sorry. Oh, no, I already read that. Sorry. I went on my tangent. I wanted to finish my train of thought before I forgot it again, you know? Lose it to the brain frog. You are too kind, so be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliyollal, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ul'dah. Ishtame's Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre! I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. But as you witness, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then. You offered a morsel, then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then you have experience in my predicament? Feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? I don't know about that. Well, when you put it that way, You are Tobli. You are Tobli. I am Tobli. Not me. I'm Wuklamat, third promise of Tuliyollal. Actually, since we saw him briefly, Zoralja, someone in the Discord I'm in made a very interesting point that maybe a lot of the issues people have with Zoralja, myself included, honestly, is the fact that a lot of the other villains, like the big villains of the previous expansions, have been very forward, open, and honest, for the most part, what their deal was. You knew who they were, you knew what they wanted. You know, Emmett Selk, you know, he may have been lying to himself about, you know, his feelings about, you know, the Sundered and whatnot. But as he tells you, like, I don't think he's, like, whatever he tells you, he usually, it seems like for the most part, he believed as truth himself. He has not knowingly give a lie outside of, again, what, you know, I just said. And then, Xenos very much is very direct with what he wants. He makes no, you know, attempt to hide any of it. And the friend pointed out that Zoralja plays very close to the chest. And so, again, since we don't get many scenes to kind of see into his inner nature, we get, you know, minor commentary here and there in Kryle's brief peek behind the veil, and that's it. And that's very different from the last few villains. Where, you know, you can't tell what he's thinking, and his whole plan, again, since I've played this before, I've gone through the entire MSQ, I know what happens. His idea is kind of a lie. So not only is he, you know, he's not being truthful, and he's playing things close to the chest, which is very problematic and does kind of makes feels like he is a problem. Now, how much of a problem he can and could be, is not really very well telegraphed. You just kind of get again the told and not shown. You don't get shown how much of a problem he is until it's already too late. Spoilers. Anyway, sorry, just like we had a moment about him, I want to get that thought out because don't want to lose it in the chaos, I guess. Anyway, daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? Considering this character's ego in my head, nope should be a third option. We'll just go with the closest thing. It's like, instead of just directly saying no, just kind of change the subject. How could I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards? No. Should my work not meet the same exacting standards? I was enunciating that poorly. No new commissions would be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. Your diatribe about things that hadn't happened yet really cleared my head. What is truly important? I feel like I should have different glasses on because they're very hard to see underneath. Like, they are there. No, it's not the one I'm looking for. There we go. Those might look better. The hat back on. Ellipsis! Oh, sorry, Kaganchi. I didn't mean to ignore you. Why'd you yell ellipsis? But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. Here, have some meat! So, swap monk are, I think, of the fish creatures. That's technically fish. So, anyway. Still meat. It's just not not like beef or something like that. Okay. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. Okay, there you go. That looks better. Now you can actually see the glasses a bit more clearly from the low angles. I don't know why that bothers me. No, it bothered me as much as it did, but it did. Aesthetics, you know? Of course, I could do something goofier, like, this. Hold on. Change this. Oh, wait. That's not the glasses I wanted. These are the ones I wanted. There you go. Would you like to have glasses on glasses on glasses? Now you can. I can't see a thing. that out of the way. Sorry, Lily showed me that one in a screenshot and I had to replicate it. Oh yes, it's Wuklojindanin. Not. I don't know. It was kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Did you know you could level your crafting jobs here? Ray, accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fonjitane, and I am a goldsmith from Uldan, far away Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachumeki, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachumeki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. Well, I'm the sage.
Waka waka!
So does that make Wuklamatha timely? Doesn't look like an astrologian. I don't know why. I don't know that. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. Beep beep. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Beep beep. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a Wachumeki artisan. I'll keep making the streamers say very difficult words. Oh, it is as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. You even replaced the bandages. You know I gotta change those regularly. Otherwise it's unsanitary. Well, good luck to you, Bojintane. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'll be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head to the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Aaronville waiting. It's sad, you know, all these dashes require, you know, targeting something. Pictoman's just one of the few ones that doesn't require it. It's just a dash in the direction you're looking. It doesn't need to target an enemy or an ally. Just push button, you're there. I wouldn't mind if a lot of the movement skills were updated to be like that. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Did you find an alquaca? Look there. That is my big plan. That isn't an alquaca at all. What is that? It's a manatee. It's a punatee. Should be pulling our boat upriver. How do you know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss if you give her reason to. Which also sounds like manatees. Manatees are very... Like, I've never encountered one, but a lot of the stuff I've heard about them, they're very, very friendly and gentle creatures. It's a shame they know that they kept getting, you know, beaten up and by boat rotors and whatnot. First alpacas, now punutis. We're relying a lot on animals for this journey. We should be thankful that we have an animal expert as our guide then. I think I mentioned this before, but if I haven't, I'm going to mention it here. Considering how much animal interaction happens in this, with regards to Aaronville, there has been whisperings that saying that Aaronville is going to be our first official Beastmaster. Like, on our side. Obviously, we saw some in Boja, but, like, he may actually take up the Beastmaster craft. And maybe, you know, we'll be working with him when we're leveling it ourselves. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? You were. Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kazumauka rode these liverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Thrall now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Kona! It took all of my memory to remember it's Kona, not Koana. Like Moana. Namachi! Traveling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. And here's the grand reveal of these two. Again, maybe that's why they kind of didn't show... Oh, wow, they just finished us offline. Okay, thank you. Thancred, Urianger, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I'd heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium, and as soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Skull Arc, who arranged an introduction to these two gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. I need a tank and a healer. I have already got DPS covered. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magic tech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job? Well, we need to have more characters here for later quests, don't we? A few. The nation of Tuliyollal spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace. Where's our place, if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, but he's surprisingly... It's quite enough of that! We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Wuklamata are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you resolve to defeat all his opponents, including us? We are sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back, and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. It's a shame we never actually clashed at any point. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then all the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats. But I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Leave handling of the Punati to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. We shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. I finally get to do stuff in this expansion. Let me in. I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. And Kral will stand on guard with Gogonji. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphina. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. And I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. I'm curious, does that mean we're going to combat Alphino? I was thinking about switching to Red Mage for this, just to keep things a little bit more spry. But, I may stay Sage just because I want to see what the combat version of Alphino might be. Anyway, that should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you are ready. Obviously, Wuklamad is a tank. And Gihihi. And Gihi. No, and Kral is obviously DPS. Let the hunt begin. Yeah, like, may not be a spoiler, but later you can actually have, you have access to, Alice as your healer. And she's basically spamming Veracures, and it's kind of funny. Because I'm going to be doing the, I'm going to do this, just to make things simple. Wow, yeah, no, Combat Sage. Okay. I was thinking of bringing Red Mage, but I kind of want to see this. Because obviously if you are tank, she could be DPS. Oh, did I update my... I didn't update my portrait. I'm gonna have the school photo. Oh no. Meantime, just enjoy the music. Oh no, my photo. My photo's so terrible. I can't... That's how it's supposed to look. Oh god, is it Bakul Jaja? Yes, yes it is.
We mustn't hold back.
You're the guys who are DPSing really slow. Don't blame it on me.
Now I'll show you.
Yeah, the reason I was thinking about coming in Red Mage is just because Sage DPS is not the most fascinating to look at. But I also figured it'd be the safest to be able to, you know, sit back and enjoy the scenery. Because a Lala up close, you know, having to avoid. Well, I guess Red Mage would still work because you do this. Basically, we will be jumping in and out, so. I'm sure I had, again, like, I guess the actual just reason for it is simply just because I want to see combat. Alphino is the combat sage. Good thing I'm wearing a hat. Growl too. Growl's has a coat on. The other two though, not so good. Yeah, we have something for you. I don't like this gift. Now I'll show you! Also, I feel like it was nice to use this to get back in practice for playing Sage. That's kind of more of a realization I'm having right now more than anything else. It's like, oh no, the warning lights are on. We're gonna have to take it into a dealership. Are we still under warranty? Well, our insurance covered this hit and run. That's bubble on everyone.
Take that.
Very angry Manatee. Crossed with Kirby. It's a Kirby. Oh, petites, a petite, a regular, and 2 prodigious.
Hold back.
Let's see. The big issue, I also say like the biggest issue for just using the trust for this is that they very frequently, if there's a mechanic that requires them to move or avoid, they'll do that and they'll just sit once they're in that position and not bother continuing to attack while even once they're there. Like right now, if like our team focus on DPS, we could probably get rid of this little guy right now. But they're going to focus on the mechanics, including going up. Oh, I say as violence occurs. Put some pants on. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a good look. It clashes with the glass. Actually, I think I have most of this dungeon more or less memorized. Mechanics-wise, where to go, what to do. If only because with my main character, after I finished the MSQ, I made a point
Hold still.
to level my trust all to level 100. In the process, level up some of my other jobs. So I ran through this a lot. I ran through every dungeon in this expansion a lot. Actually, the nice thing is here, though, since they shouldn't need to move to avoid stuff, I do think this crew will continue DPSing for the most part, because our 2 DPS are both ranged here. So they shouldn't be as bad as, you know, you're doing the trust and bringing in a melee character. Climb that ladder. And of course, there's our one conflict with them. It's very random which of these blobs gets to be which character, because I think when I came in through with my first character, They got to be the green ones. The biggest one was me. Every time since, I think I've always been the wee one. One of the wee ones. And it's not based off of role either. Because when I came in, it was on Samurai. Even though they are color-coded, you think, you know, the green would be healer. You know, the 2 red would be, DPS, and the blue one would be the tank.
Back off.
Honestly, if you're gonna ask me which healer I enjoy playing the most, it would be Sage. Just because I enjoy the disciplined smite priest style play here of, you know, you heal through doing damage. I like that. It's an enjoyable thing for me. His name's Drowsy! He's gonna evolve into a Hypno. Oh wait, I don't think I've ever seen... Oh, we got to see Kryl do the, Sorry, I got distracted by that. I wanted to put the shield up. I got distracted by Kryl doing the limit break. I've always played either I was a DPS and she would just, you know, not do it, leave it for you to use, because each of the characters have their own kind of personalities with regards to what they do with limit breaks. Or I had another character, you know, who would make a point to use it. So I've never heard what Kryl says when she does it. That's neat. Ooh, that's a lot of dots going up. I don't even know when they did that. Where they made across the dice the AoE dot. I don't feel like that was how it was back in Endwalker. Maybe I wasn't paying much attention. There are a lot of things that, like, changed that happened. I just, like, don't remember them either. I thought was already the case, or, you know, didn't remember was there. Like Samurai being able to kind of double tap their combination moves. I could have swore they could already do that. But then Also sounds like it got either added in and I just didn't recognize it, or it was removed and added back in one of the more recent patches, like one of the balance patches. Right. None of this stuff is going to beat the 660. That's going to be like the next dungeon where we're going to actually start getting gear that replaces what we were currently wearing. This colorful area. I like it. Also, I don't care if people think I'm a filthy clicker for clicking the buttons manually. What I do. What works for me. And my layout of my buttons matches that. And I may not be playing Sage optimally either, but it's a way I have fun with it. And I think that's what matters. I do well enough to, you know, get by on it, and I have fun while doing it. I feel like that's what matters. I am curious to see what the abilities we get from level up are going to be like. I haven't really looked at them, and on my main character, I leveled Summoner to have Summoner and Scholar for the role quests. Where? Not there! There! Not there! There! Haha! There! Yeah. My main healer in WoW, back when I played WoW, was a gnome Smite Priest. Had fun with it.
Back off!
The funny thing is, it wasn't even my main character. I leveled it specifically as an alt to help with characters, people in our guild who wanted to level, gear up their their alt characters. So I spent what, like a weekend power leveling a
Now I'll show you.
a gnome Smite Priest from nothing to raid ready in a weekend, I think is what it was. And this is back in Pandaria, so it was quite a distance to go. Not just ready, no, not even just at level, but geared enough to be able to, you know, participate in these. It was a different time then. I say, you know, sitting here with like 6 level 100s combat-wise on my other character, along with having a crafter and a gatherer at 100. I'm also saying that because I'm putting myself down in that regard because I've seen people who already have every crafter and gatherer maxed out. Or have, you know, all the combat classes already at 100. You know, people are still doing that to a greater degree than I am currently. Well, I can't say I'm not able to. I just don't have the willingness for it these days. Also, this is just Snymon from Digimon after he's gone to the gym. Tell me I'm wrong. Or I should be doing that. When they meet the NPCs, when they move like that, just going to kind of sit there and not do much, fortunately.
You cannot stop us!
Oh, dang it. I'm not ready. In time? Yes. Okay. Now for the mechanic that probably my least favorite out of this fight. Wind Whistle. Especially with these guys, it's like they're not do barely any DPS. I feel like it's dodging everything so much. Keeping tabs of where that thing is, along with everything else, is kind of problematic. We're fine, we got there. Oh, I forgot what. Even think about running through that was going to be bad for me. myself in trouble running through that. I was worried I was gonna die and have to redo this entire freaking fight because I walked through that. I am bad. I am glad that we're back. That's what I was gonna say, but I ran the words together. Glad that we're back to doing the happy emote, because I can end more. Things were so dark, getting so dour that your Warrior of Light had nothing to really, be happy for at the end of these things. Now it's just kind of a fun vacation sort of situation. So of course they're going to be cheerful.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
We called AAA! The Aquatic Adventures Association. I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traversed were dug by the Yakui in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. While I appreciate the lesson, though, Wise Guide, are we landing this boat anytime soon? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. Ready to go up the waterfall. Let's go! The falls were impressive enough from a distance. That's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. No. No more boats. Are you? Oh, you're not alright. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There's a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who've ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. Climbing the stairs is so arduous they needed a resting spot at the top of it. That would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk, Wuklamat? You can rest along the way, too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. Wuklamat. I can still heal, right? It's okay. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on, I'll follow. Very well. But if I might say one thing. Egg. Also love that. Just because you're a promise or a claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. We're here to help. But, Crowley... knowing when to delegate and lean on others is very important for being in a leadership role. You don't need to take on everything yourself. You don't need to know everything. It's all about, having the people around to help, cover your weaknesses and whatnot. You as well? I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. What's funny was when I first got here, of course, as long as you need. I thought that this was going a bit too fast. Like, she, we're showing that she was hot-headed and she needed to learn to, not take all the burden on herself. But, in the course of effectively 2 levels out of 10, she was, already figuring things out like this. But then again, I had no idea how long this whole little, gym challenge was going to take. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. And considering we're reaching effectively the halfway point soon, having her kind of own up and start shaping up at the halfway point feels about right, honestly. Pacing-wise. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. As mentioned, we will be filling out the map proper and grabbing all the air currents, the aether currents, off screen. And let they're right in front of us. So if I'm not, going off to the right, just 100 meters that way is an aether current, that is why. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparations to be done. I'll also need to attune to that aetherite.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
Well, you see, you be adopted by the Dawn Servant. Explanation over.
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either.
We never get to find out who Mrs. Ulul Jaja was. Considering that, he actually sired a son.
For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather. and he was all I needed.
So all my focus is on him instead.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise.
An interesting thought about the parenting process of Tuliyollal is the idea that it was a method that worked for Wuklamat and for Kona, but may not have been the appropriate teaching method, parenting method for his actual son, like his blood child. I can't say actual because they're all actually his kids. No, I'm not the one who's gonna say, oh, if you're if the child is adopted, they're not actually their kid. No, that's never true. Your family's your family. How you connect with them is up to you, but, you're no less of a family whether you're adopted or not, That's what I mean. I'm making sure I'm not, saying something incorrect.
For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title. Don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean? I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers.
That's the part of, deciding one of them absolutely cannot take the throne.
It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
And the theme of this entire expansion.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tuliyollal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the city of gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wooklamat. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation.
I mean, once he punched a tree to death for me.
So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
And watch out for splinters.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Though we are, a couple people short if we want to do a full 8-man.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Like here we go. Things like this we probably could have had a bit more of in the earlier part, I feel like.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Man, she's loud.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
No, I can hear the entire conversation from here. They're very loud.
Nay, there is no need for that.
I'm reading up on the different types of shrimps. Did you know shrimps is bugs?
But what of you two? Wooklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
I wonder if that's kind of an idea that what these guys are doing is they're also helping Colin up be fine with, potentially having to contest, his sibling. Be like, hey, you can be in competition and still be friends afterwards. Still be family afterwards.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Baldessian. And then, there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If he's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us.
I only said half because of the Lalafell. He's very small.
Not that I have any intention of bowing out.
Time to cook my cartoon meat.
Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuliyollal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better, and I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach.
You said the 3 things. Are you
But to
referencing
return to
something?
the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawn Servant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
And transform into super claimant.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
And watch out for Dick Dastardly. I'm already here.
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention, when I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it.
See, this line of reasoning was kind of making me thinking that, early on, that Cyrilja was going to probably be the main problem, at least for, the first part of this. Because he feel like he was very much getting into that evil vizier position, which is why I so frequently call him Jafarja, because that's what I kind of expected him to become. And why I thought maybe he was doing a lot of kind of pulling the strings and being a problem that was both manipulating and worsening Zoralja's, situation and kind of pushing him down the path he is. Because you'd figure, I'm not saying Gulul Jaja is the perfect parent. He's not even the perfect leader. There's a lot of things you can see they're kind of off with a lot of things, as some other people have kind of shown to me. And oh yeah, no, I didn't even think about that. But, it made sense to me at the time that, his own son wouldn't be, maybe that darkness wasn't something he just had naturally. It was something that was kind of stoked within him, implanted in him, and nurtured by someone like Cyrilja looking to improve his standing, improve his position, and get a grasp at that power. And, using his, already substantial position next to Zoralja to attain greater heights.
Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
You can't say a line like that.
Everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception.
You can't say a line like that and not expect Cyrilja to be, not think Cyrilja is up to something greater than, what he's letting on.
What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
Rewinding time a little bit. I too have conquered Snymon.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliyollal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority. That would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I'm sorry, I backflipped off a ledge.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
I backflipped off a ledge.
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
I do appreciate, you know, kind of the checkup here showing where everyone is at this point. Like, again, like, I keep voicing it, but I feel like, again, the first 2 areas might have benefited, oddly enough. It's weird to say I want more cutscenes, but I kind of would have loved to have more time in each area, respectively, for, you know, the 2 other children of Golul Jaja. Kind of get a better feel for them and set them on their respective arcs, as it were. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better. Will be better. For myself and for my people. The Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we will be taking is a favored hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zeralja and the Lance Guard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Also the Aetheryte, don't forget it. But yeah, like, the bandits is actually something that, I was talking about how, Golul Jaja is, you know, not a perfect ruler. Like, he had these sorts of issues still happening under his rule, and there's other much larger problems that are still happening that you know, you feel like need to be addressed. And it was the idea of part of this traveling around is showing like, hey, things around, you know, aren't so peaceful. Everything isn't so great. You're inheriting a bit of a mess still. And it's going to be on you to, you know, do your best to, you know, try and help your people. Just because I'm curious about the thing. Is it a new ability? Looks like it is. We need to find slots for all this. Because yeah, those are whole new. Where would I put that? I guess is the question. Just soon over there, just because I keep forgetting it exists. And having it over here is kind of an awkward spot, anyway. There we go. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little farther ahead, on the opposite bank of Miakabek Zoma. But let's remain vigilant all the same. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, I have to target something. Of course. Never mind. Okay, this one is literally right there. I might as well grab it. Enjoying the scenery, you know? And the giant chameleons. Just so I don't forget, I'm gonna grab this first. Gimme. There we go. Now I have to remember, you know, worry about, you know, forgetting to do that amongst all the quests doing. This is it. The village where the layoff pots from the Tuliyollal saga took place. Earthenshire, Isleshire. Might the similarity be cultural inclination, I wonder? The settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears custom-built to resemble pots, while the others are repurposed town. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and a retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. You're exchanging tongue flaps with her now. Redderock is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Redderock would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the pot swarm were injured. This is no time for feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworns with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tural. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. If this is the best they could offer, I should never have left Wachimeki Meki. I recognize that face too. So, her? I did not realize it until a couple days ago, actually. She is part of the blacksmithing quest line. Or the smithing quest line, where you have to be a blacksmith, armorsmith, or goldsmith. I did not realize that was her until just now. I probably wouldn't have put the pieces together if I had not just finished that quest line, like, yesterday. Or at least, though, in recent enough memory that face was supposed to... Oh, geez, that's her. You see? The Potsworn desert us. Well, without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the Pot Pact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshaw will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do it soon. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village, and if it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. I could use a nap. But Kaganji means to say that we'll all help. Don't speak for me, Aaronville. I don't. Any of us could just sit around and watch. I could. I was hoping you'd feel that way. Actually, wasn't sure I could do this on my own. See? Look at that. We could have had her, actually ask us for help and be a proper, understanding that she needs assistance. You're undermining what we're trying to do here, Aaronville. This is on you. We'll take every help hand we can get. Red Rock Truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist help hand Raka. Where's Raka from? Well, I remember this. That's the salamander. That's the... What was the name? What did they give that name to the salamander main bad guy? Because they have a whole race with him later in the 2017 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You, other four, follow Red Rock. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. Oh, right. He was called the Neutralizer because he's a newt. I was thinking Salamander. I'm like, wait, his name was a pun on, was a joke on... I was trying to think it was Salamander. It's not. It was Newt because he was a Neutralizer. That's what his name was. He also went Raka. I don't know why I thought that with that name, but I did. I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at many fires. There'll be no more feigning strength, no more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. That's why I'm a seer. I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. There you go. Now let's find this Raka fellow and see what we can do for him. So with these two, we've seen two of the three societies, because they used to be called beast tribes, then tribes. Now they're just societies. That have been apparently mentioned that we're going to be... Because for those who don't know, in future patches, there'll be society quests where you're helping out 3 different factions and improving your standing with them by doing daily quests. Ever since Shadowbringers, I want to say. I think Heaven's Word. Maybe even back as far back as Stormblood. There's been 1 crafting, 1 gathering, and 1 combat. And I forgot the Moblins were spoken to be one of them. So I was thinking that because the Pelu Pelu are one of the other ones. It's the Pelu Pelu and the Moblins. I thought the Pelu Pelu would be the gatherers or the crafting. And then the combat would involve a faction that we meet about in the second half. And the gathering would be for the end of the first part. I still think those guys are still going to be involved. But I could definitely, after I got reminded, the Moblins are definitely going to have to be the crafting. Either they're the crafting, because that would make the most sense, or gathering. I guess they could be gathering, actually, if we are providing the materials to give to the craftspeople. I could see that working too, actually. But no, like, I could totally see, like, these guys were the crafting and the Pelu, and not the Pelu Pelu like I was thinking. That would make complete sense to me. Raka Raka can't meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot pack is broken and the pots are emptying. You've come to aid Raka Raka? Accepts your hand lending with joyous field smiles. Okay, his name's Raka Rock. That's like saying Raka Raka now. I'm thinking of the neutralizer. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, you might save the day yet. Whatever you need. What Raka Rock needs is new help hands to create good living for Potsworn and Kahe. The help hand assigned to Kahe was hurt during the rock rain, so Raka Rock took over, but he knows nothing of Kahe. What does Kahe want? What does Kahe need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworns with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guest think. Please guest think with Raka Rock. Find out what Kahe is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. This is where Kahe works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. Well, it's obviously one thing we can tell. That must be Kahe. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him. But that's not the way to do things around here, apparently. That'd be too convenient. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guest thing. First things first. The most obvious thing, considering he was doing it when he was, as soon as we came in. He must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that stifling heat? You don't say. He's barely touched his meal. This dish is meant to be eaten hot, or it loses its savor. Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials, so it must be something else he's missing. No, besides the fact that he's sweltering and you're giving him spicy food. Or, no, hot food. Hot food in a hot workshop is gonna suck. Those tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones? No, that's something a little bit more reasonable. But yeah, no, first thing, the obvious one is, it's too hot in there. Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahe might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Raka Raka. Sorry. Last time, I promise. You made your observations? What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahe hasn't touched his food. An empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? Ah, but Rock is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahe's tastes. I can help you with that. My brother Kona is also Hetsero, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahe probably wouldn't have been able to eat it until it cooled down. By the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Like pizza! Rock never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explain these things to our cook? Not at all. I don't think that's the only reason Kahe couldn't concentrate. Hatsaru homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahe seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. You know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the Shoals of No Return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. So we salvaged them from the wrecks. Could you handle it for that? Could you handle that for us? I'll go on my motorcycle and get a drafty shard. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahe's files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order? Ah! Rock was too preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. And we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The Shoals of No Return are past the crags, through a tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. You're Gaganji, aren't you? What brings you out here? Exposition. Ah, the issue with caring for the pot swarm. When they approached me with the same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlene instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed after... Kona, that's not solving the problem! However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Shocking, I'm sure. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help-hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We were on our way back from procuring herbs for Uriange, in fact. Settlements in Kozama-uka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found our way here? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of the first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlene technology. My apologies, I have much to consider. If you'll excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care. Back to looking around. Yeah, there are a couple places here I feel like they could have been hinting, been trying to hint for Kona that, hey, you're kind of trampling over your own cultures. I try and just use Charlene to replace everything. And that's no good. While this is going on, let me go ahead and... There we go. With him having the glasses, I kind of want to keep them hidden in that portrait a little bit. It's a style thing. So it's funny is there are 3 colors here, and if you think about them, you know exactly which ones you want. Red, the fiery orange one is obviously a fire crystal. But like I thought they said cool draft, so I thought blue would be the correct one, but no, that's a water crystal. It's a wind crystal, so therefore it's the green one. Hello, sir. I'll be leaving now. Also, if I want to be really fast, I could just teleport back. That's almost too lazy. Is that a cool breeze Rock feels? A drafty shard. Yes, thank you for finding a drafty shard. Rock will add it to the new set of tools he brought. I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hetsaro. It's on its way even as we speak. Let's go in and see what Kahe thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed the pot pact. I wonder if the meals were tacos. Just, continue rubbing it in our faces that we never actually get to enjoy tacos. I am grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of a pot sword. Ta-da! An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volok Shunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Earthenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance, truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill, after all. Forgive my interruption. Namachi, I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsword. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Kosamuuka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. I wondered why the mob does not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlene goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. There you go, Kona. You getting it? One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliyollal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hetzaro more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various peoples was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hetzaro? I have few fond memories of nomadic life. There's a hinting towards, Kona's sticking point. Sorry, I'm gonna keep trying to do it like the Vader voice, because that's how I read that at all times, which I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be. Anyway. Rock is very grateful to you. I thank you for both your hard work and clever guest think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the pot swarm really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. The elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I'll head over after finding Thancred and Urianger. Oh, I also ran to the Vieira twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now, he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Rock waiting. Goodbye, Rocka. I'm not gonna have to see him anymore, so I wanted to at least know. I felt I was deserved one last time. Rock thanks you for assisting Help Hand Rock. Okay, I get to say his name one last time. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. Oh wait, is actually... Oh, hold on. Sorry, I was like, wait a second. Actually, is Rock the one who's actually going to say what the task is, even though Rock is the one who's doing it? Is the claimant? Whatever. Maybe I'm just misread it. Oh, won't worry about it. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for Salt Crossings and the new Potsworm they will bring. Hail the mighty Zoralja! He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebble stones. The resilient sun for Dawn Servant. Zoralja was clearing fallen rocks? I'm surprised he'd volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, we meet again. Just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Claimants, your attention please. As Rock has explained, many of our Potsworm left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tuliyollal merchants will suffer. So Rock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new Potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Rock's request. She'll be happy to inform the Dawn Servant of Zoralja's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Rhetoric declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful thumb flaps. Are any of you goldsmiths? The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Like the Lancer's like, I have a thing for putting together mammoths in my free time. I have a 132 grade Ultima weapon in my room. Would you like to see it? It's very well painted. I did panel lining and everything. Which is exactly what we should do. Oh, so you don't want to see my models? Alright. Fine, be that way. No one's ever interested in my hobbies. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. You know, you shouldn't be saying that out loud in front of everyone else. You know that, right? That nasty brute is up to something. No, yeah, he literally said out loud in front of everyone. Like, I mentioned how Zerulja, you don't really get to hear what he's actually thinking, because he plays a lot close to his chest. Meanwhile, we have our Dick Dastardly, you know, saying his plot aloud, you know, 2 feet to our right, and we just kind of are told to pretend to ignore that. Aye, he may seek to delay us again as he down the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wuklamot? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans amongst my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliyollal to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Kona probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand. That's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking around Wachu Meki Meki? That seems a logical place to start. Back to Tuliyollal it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? Did you attune to the Aetheryte, Wuklamot? I forgot to attune! No, I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burden, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. You don't say. Wuklamot, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? I'm positive. Mostly. This is why you attuned to the Aetherites, Wuklamot. We had that same issue last time, where I forgot to attune to the crystal in one area and had to run all the way back. Also, I forgot it actually just brought us back here. I didn't even need to teleport. I need a moment. Upriver, downriver. Ahoy, wow. Ahoy Katumu is too rough for me. Nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropley can help us recruit a Potsworn. There's a huge crowd here. Hello! Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back to Wachu Meki Meki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropley. Actually, I have a favor to axe. I have a favor to axe!
Waka waka!
So, what do you think? Do you know any craftsmen who might be interested? Filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the Third Promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only, I can't think of a suitable candidate off my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? About the guy who we just talked to before we left. Oh, so conveniently. You mean Fontaine? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt. And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fontaine at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Jabali of Tai. Then maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. Two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you'd like. Or, you know, partake of the tacos. The thing we haven't gotten to do yet. Right, let's go see a man about a pot. Yeah, the interesting thing also is, I'm just gonna take it right because it's right there. That a lot of folks apparently, or at least some of the citizens, don't even know about what the about the pod packs either. It's like that's not common knowledge because, as I mentioned, the Potsworn who left, I said was part of the smithing quest lines here. The other person in there does not even know what a Potsworn is, so they had completely no idea. So they have no idea what they're used to, and that actually ends up causing some conflict, which is interesting. Oh, you're here too. The Third Promise said she wanted to chat. I just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? Or can't talk over tacos? Taco over tacos? No? Oh. Yeah, this is what I was thinking about being out on the beach, I guess. The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul. Until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a Potsworn. Ah, I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the Moblins, isn't it? But you're not a Moblin. I'm not sure I understand. That's an interesting thing. So it is some knowledge, but it's not completely common knowledge. As I mentioned, the blacksmith apparently has no idea what even goes on over there. And maybe they, even in this case, they have a general idea of how it works, but not to the degree of what it is. So I think the blacksmith actually thought the Moblins made the trinkets and whatnot themselves, not that they just serve to make the conditions the best they can be for the artisans that go there. It's for a feat in the rite of succession. I need to bring a new Potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wachu Mekimeki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and set a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I'm now an official subject of Tuliyollal. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right succession as claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement. In the ensuing chaos, he was slain. War took him from me in an instant. The man I loved and admired, I never wished to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I am indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliyollal that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Fontaine, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me. I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Perhaps you remember me. Rook Evu? Or Jabalev Tai? I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Rook Lamott's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown, too, if gossip is to be believed. Well, it so happens I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? I want to give you your role quests. Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop, then. I actually had a really rough time with the healer quest line on my other character. Because, again, I use Summoner to get get a caster and a healer leveled up for that quest, for that whole thing. And they've changed Scholar a lot from when it was actually my main job for this character in particular back when, because I made this character first. I was Summoner, Scholar primarily. But they changed some few things, and through the levels I've kind of lost track of it, so I had a hard time really kind of keeping up with the healing for that quest line. I managed, but it was not fun. So I am kind of curious how much easier it's going to be, if it is, as a as a sage. Again, I'll probably do that off stream. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Fontaine has agreed to sign the pot pact, yes? While it's a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the Third Promise is a great honor for Wachu Mekimeki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. And this is where we'll actually gain access to this, because, again, that Potsworn who left is part of the smithing class chain, so obviously we couldn't start those before she's already left. Which is a nice attention to detail I didn't realize until the second playthrough. And specifically because I decided to level smithing as one of the crafting classes first. I would have missed that entirely. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuliyollal. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You always have a job at Wachu Mekimeki. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of Fontaine? Were you able to find him? We did, and he agreed to become a Potsworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. Furious sound of eating tacos. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fontaine's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. The feat of pants. Yeah, there you go. Now we can actually do the crafting and gathering quests here. Once, we talk to him again. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass time however you like, I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest. And we still have a big journey ahead of us. Okay, let's see. The ones I've done here, I've done the gathering one. And over here is the smithing one. And this is talking about my other character, by the way. And I'm working on this one with leatherworker. This is leatherworking, carpentry, or tailoring. The last ones are either alchemy or cooking, and fishing. Fishing has always been on its own. Whole bunch of quests that I'm going to have to clean up later. We've already had the corn servant stuff in this area, though, so we can at least be certain that's the case there. Welcome back, sir. You had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting on your return. Gagandria, the third promise's entourage? I've been all over the city looking for you. Well, I am small. I'm kind of hard to see. The Dawn Servant summons you to the palace. You're to present yourself to the gate guard stationed outside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing. You're not to mention this visit to Wooklamot. It's a secret! The funny thing is, when I heard that's happen, I was like, you know what? He wanted to fight us before. He's totally gonna challenge us to a fight. Yeah. He's doing what Xenos didn't do, which is just ask. Don't go through all these weird situations of engineering a situation to make us angry enough to fight. Just ask. Also, I get told. I've been told that the what he says, Tuliyollal says to you. I forget. I'm not sure if it's before or after. I think it's after. Does depend on the class that you're playing. I went in as a melee before, as a DPS before, so I'm definitely gonna go in as a healer, even if it's gonna be a bit rougher for me, I guess. We'll see. I mean, I'll be able to keep myself alive pretty easily if I screw things up. So, the Dawn Servant awaits you within. Why I was not informed of the reason for your audience. In terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia. So yeah, I'm curious to see what he says with me coming in as a healer. The gun healer is here. Yeah, I can come a little bit closer.
Forgive me this sudden summons.
I don't know why you stopped that far in.
I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city. I couldn't resist the opportunity.
I hear you're pretty strong. Goku Jaja. What up?
And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne.
You ready to now?
And I've been craving a proper challenge. The lance wielder, Estinian. He fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland.
I got blue-balled. And now I seek to rectify it.
Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
No, I'm a sage. Warrior's a different job.
A spirited answer. Why not indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies.
Uh-huh. I'm sure you...
Come! Ready your arms and show me the truth of the tales.
What the hell are those? What do you mean, funnels? What is a Gundam? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Give it your all! I want to fight to remember! Let's test the waters.
Do you know starboard and larboard?
They didn't even blink. Have you ever fought a viper?
I wonder if he actually said, like, I think he may actually say something else.
You handle these.
Oh. Right, that's how that one works. I think someone has mentioned that he does have special lines if you come in as the Viper, which is one of the new 2 jobs.
Very well then. Resolve and reason, kingdom. All right.
Resolve, Kindle. Reason is taking a nap. Got myself in trouble there because I was telling a joke. You done yet?
Ha! Did you think you had my measure? Take this! Still holding up?
Where is that? Yeah, I'm not moving, sorry.
We're far from finished. No more holding back! Stay alert!
Really? You think just 2 pillars was gonna stop me? Come on, Galdul Jaja. Alright then. Now what? Seriously, what is a Gundam?
You fight well indeed.
No. Oh, so I should probably be taking hits just so I can be using like my global cooldown heals. Can I stack both of these? No, okay. I've never checked, so I was curious. That would have been done a lot faster if I was an actual DPS class. Shocking absolutely no one. Healers take a little bit longer to get stuff done.
Now we'll see what you're truly made of.
What if we had to do this mechanic twice? What about 3 pillars? I'm mashing! I'm mashing! Also, the thing about Sage about this is you're literally just holding him off with your bare hands.
That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
I wish I could have zoomed in on that, but it's very funny. It just caught that with your hand. So something like the Susano fight, you just get catch that giant blade with your bare hands. Like, yeah, whatever.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it.
The only other class that could probably do that is Monk if you use the glamour that makes you fight with bare hands rather than like knuckle dusters and whatnot.
Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble.
You have any idea what we've been through?
Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with.
I literally fought the manifestation of despair. I think I like this Gundam thing of yours now. Which series should I start with? The original? Perhaps Gundam Wing? What about Seed? I hear Seed is like a restarting of the original, right? I don't know why I have all of a sudden Gundam knowledge now.
Now, a confession. I said I'd crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here.
I'm actually a really big Gundam fan. I was lying to you before. That's why I know about all these shows. I've actually seen all of them. I've been thinking of watching them again. That's why I was asking where to start.
I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your healing touch could sustain Lamachi even as she contends with the most fearsome of foes.
Also, not going to lie, seeing funnels in action is actually kind of rad. But there you go, yeah. He's specifically talking about, healing, because I found him as a healer.
Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyollal, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamachi? Whether it be as third promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind. Well, I did ask you to speak your mind, but agreed, she's not ready for the throne. Not yet.
This is the whole thing I mentioned before. Like, the whole part of this whole thing isn't just a competition to see, who's the best, but also it's a kind of way to, prepare. It's a learning experience on top of being a trial for all of his kids. Like, I've seen some people say that, this was designed like he expected Woklama to win from the onset. And no, I think he would have been happy, and I think I mentioned it too, that I think that he would be happy with any one of them winning. It's just that they are all not ready yet. None of them are. And so they all need to, learn things. And so he has this policy, this whole idea is out there this whole challenge is to help teach them and help them learn more about themselves and about their people and all that stuff. And I think it's a very interesting way to do it. And it's a very kind of gives a good reasoning for a little trapezing around the country and learning about all these people. It's a good setting for it. I like it. As I say, I do wish we kind of got to, see more from the other camps. Specifically the first and second promise. Because I think Bakul we do definitely get to see plenty of. He actually kind of has his own arc going on that we do get to see. But I do think the first and second kind of suffer for it, and that's a problem. At least for me. It's not a huge problem, but it is a still problem that I can't say doesn't exist. Because it does. And it could have been improved on a bit more just by spending some more time with
them. Lamachi thinks she understands our many peoples. Their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital.
He's kind of explaining this from the point of view of where Woklamat is lacking because we're a part of Woklamat's entourage. If he had fought like Thancred, I'm sure he'd be talking about, Kona. And if, Zarul Jah had someone else other than Jafar Jah, he actually brought in someone else, and we'd been helping him, of all people, I'm sure he'd be talking a lot about where Zerulja is lacking. We're just hearing where Wuk-Lamat is coming, where her shortcomings from, because we're part of her squad.
And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized.
Yeah, here you go. He even says this. I thought he mentioned this, but I wasn't certain.
As potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking.
Yeah. It's like just none of them are ready yet. That's the whole point of this whole thing. It's not it's not just a trial to see who's fit
This
for it.
is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one.
Notice that he's mentioned that he's not specifying specifically Wuk-Lamat. And people are thinking like, I've had some people kind of identify and say, hey, no, this was just made to make sure Wuk-Lamat won. No, that's not the case here. Even he says this right here. He's seeking to cultivate one out of the 4. Preferably probably not Bakul Jaja, because up to this point he's been nothing but, the Dick Dastardly pain in the butt. But like of the other 3, I don't think it could have been any of them, as long as they had properly learned what they needed to learn here. I think he would have been content with any of them.
And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne.
Even has this kind of failsafe. It's like, hey, if no one's learned their lesson yet, no one's decided to grow, and they're all just stuck in their ways, I'm not going to give up my spot to someone who is obviously not ready yet.
As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow.
There's like another thing, like maybe he can voice concern about. I wonder if he's concerned at all. I say like he should voice. I wonder if he is concerned at all that Zerulja didn't look to outside help. He's trying to shoulder all this by himself, with only Jafar Jah whispering his plots into his ear.
I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn. Guide Lamati as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
This is kind of reaffirming what our purpose is in this. We're not supposed to be the main character. We're the guide. We're in the advisor, guide position. The one who needs to be learning and improving, and the main focus is Wuk-Lamat. That's never been, never implied otherwise. So, when people point out like, man, Wuk-Lamat has like 5 times more lines than everyone else. Well, yeah, she's the main character in this, and unlike with us, she's not a silent protagonist we are placing our own personal views and concepts on. So it's not surprising she talks a lot.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I wanted to fight him.
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries.
I'm a healer. I'll let you know that I was completely fine that entire time, even after the points where I screwed up.
You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
You're lucky I had my funnel set to stun, old man.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Now, where is the one called Thancred?
Her champion.
I heard the streamer talking. That's a good idea. I want to fight Thancred. Maybe that Orianji fellow.
Recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Gallop's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset.
Joke's on you, streamer. I already fought Thancred.
The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after the bouts. Zeralja, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa want anything else of you? Just a sparring partner. Well, if that's all it was. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm gonna go back and finish my plate before I head out. She makes the best tacos. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at Forard's cabins. Come and join us after you've had your moment to recover, eh? Yep. Stairs are for losers. Stairs are for losers! Everyone show up and strike a pose! Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepare to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fontaine. Shall we depart for Earthenshire, then? A word before you go. It's him! Look, Evu, what are you doing here? Ah! I spent my days correcting matters. Here I am perpetuating the grave offense of delaying the third promise's departure. Oh, perpetrating, not perpetuating. Please, take up your axe and rend my flesh onto taku meat. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me either. What was that all about? I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. It's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tural for 1,000 years. Yet when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it's more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wokevu. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yahui. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. I don't know why I just got stuck on originated. I failed my talking check. Something I do frequently. I believe we shall follow in time. But first, let us see Fonchinte safely into the Moblin's care.
Meanwhile... Zerul...
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected.
Zerulja has found a Benui.
Indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories. Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Even Benuis.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel? Step aside.
You are not Tobli.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
You will be totally owned.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones.
I don't even like Starbursts.
And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawn Servant may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this.
nuisance.
Another reason why I thought Jafar Jah would be causing problems. There's something that happens later that I like to think Jafar Jah instigated, but they don't outright say it, so it's all me kind of inferring without having any actual evidence of it.
Too scared to make the first move?
I do like that Jafar Jah's like, just don't kill him.
Then allow me! But he's just a runt.
Did you want to hear about my Gundam models?
Thanks for your restraint.
I can kill him whenever I please.
So that's a no then? Okay.
Your part in this is far from over.
Yeah, so like the whole fact that Jafar Jah here is staying behind made me think that upcoming things that happen. Not even like just there's two pieces actually that come up that I like feel like might have been Jafar Jah's plotting that Zoral Jah had no knowledge of. And again, showing that like Jafar Jah's pulling the strings and doing things to make sure his claimant wins because and pushing him down a darker path because of his own aspirations and goals. Whether or not that's actually true, I can't even say that it's not wholly true because again, there's nothing that says that he didn't cause the two things that happened from happening. But again, I'm speaking as someone who's already beaten this. He plays a much smaller role than I feel like he could have or should have. But we'll get to that when we get to that. We're back, and we brought with us a willing potsworn. This is Fontaine, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Eshdame's Aesthetics in Ul'dah. Wonderful, impressive. You are first to return, Third Promise. And with an artisan from across the salt, no less, we welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Help Hand will show you to the work pot. This is it, then. I look forward to hearing you proclaimed Dawn Servant. Thank you, Fontaine. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. You have met the requirements of the Feat of Pots. Red Rock presents you Keystone with joyous smiles and well-wishing. Oh, what's the... Oh, that's from the Tropical Starburst. What flavor was that one? Fruit Punch? Blue Hawaii? Ah, oh, man. I usually just eat the regular Starburst. I didn't do a lot of the variant ones. That makes 3. More Potsworn candidates? Come, come. Tell Red-a-Rock your tales. Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. Oh ho ho, you are doing well. I expect nothing less of Zoralja's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, Second Promise. We must have you apply that Charlian knowledge you so cherish and arm Tural with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. The tools of war hold no interest for me. Only wish to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuliyollal is known for its advanced technology. Just as the Garland Empire was deterred from invading Charlian. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tuliyollal to progress to this advanced state? How many years? The collective commitment of education and hard work should not take so very... Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Charlian whole. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours won't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Red Rock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuliyollal, there were no pot packs for the Potsworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Golul Jaja arrived, the families of the grab snatch pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a war-make people. We feared death had come for us. But Golul Jaja just wanted to talk. Be at ease. We are here to trade words, not blows. The goldwork craft in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy Potsworm makes good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Golul Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did bring fine craft and much jingly shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot packs. Yes, reason and clever think changed mobbies' way of life. Heh. You are not Topi. I don't know why I keep saying it. I forgot he said that line. I loved it so much. Now it's just stuck in my brain. I'm sure it'll be gone by next stream, but I just wanted to just play with it while it's still in my head. The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat. Yeah. I like feet. Sorry. Sorry. We should be getting on as well. But yeah, the whole thing that got said before, the smile at Wuk-Lamat, it heavily implies that he is engineering something to happen. But Golul Jaja never did come back, did he? You have a moment, Third Promise. Rock would repay you for hand-helping with Kahe. He brings a tale of the Golden City. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness. A city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rock, where did you hear that particular tale? From our longtime Yakui friends. They live up in the mountains, in Urkopacha. The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the mob and way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. Joy smiles! Yeah, we have a whole bunch of cleanup to do off stream. Look at all these. Look at all that. Right. We should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in this saga and is not to be ignored. The Urkopacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. The funny thing is that I definitely felt like they were planning something. I did not expect that the thing that was planning to happen as soon as it does, because it's happening about now. Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing. Third Promise. I'm glad I caught you. Red Rock asked me to bring you back to the village. She said there was something she forgot to give you. Huh? Something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long, if you would please follow me. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. Yeah, no, this is not going to be problematic at all. This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. No? If it's just to get something. Of course, I am speaking, like, even before I knew that this was something wrong. When this first happened, like, no, something is up. Perhaps there were complications? Well, let's wait a little longer. No, like, why weren't we, like, go? Even back in the first time I knew nothing was happening. When I knew something, like, I didn't know that something was happening. I knew something was happening. I just, no, don't have knowledge of exactly what it is. I just knew something was up. Immediately. This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on her way back to fight us? It's a straight road, Alice say. You can still see the town from here. But how? There's only one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wuklamot's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Fortunately, she had a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? Why didn't we do that earlier? She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. 'Twas Redderock who had business with her, yes? Yes, we should have done this earlier. We've all gotten in my whale and been back here nice and quick. Back again so soon? We've come looking for Wook Lamont. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Redderock did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. And who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where's Lamati? Is she not with you? You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? That thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. It is not how I wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest, my sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Ganji and I should work together at least, to better facilitate communication between our groups. We're finally getting to spend some time with the second promise. And the rest will go split up. The rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. I am glad that we are actually, getting some time with him, because actually this is, I will say this flat out, I do like some of the stuff we find out about Kona here. We'll be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. Yeah, even not actively being at his side with our character, just, again, I keep harping on it because I feel like it's just such a, to me, a no-brainer solution of just having them, cut away to the other groups, the first and second promises groups, during the first couple set of quests, like the first two areas. Might have helped a little bit to establish them a bit sooner and kind of give us something, make their story, each of their progressive arcs make a bit more sense. But again, personal thoughts on that. If Lamati was returning to Earthenshire from the west, then she should have passed through here, except Redderock swears she didn't see her. In which case, 'tis entirely possible that Lamati never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry stationed at the opposite entrance. I don't follow the logic, but okay. The third promise? Mobby has been staying at his post with diligent eye watchings. He has seen no claimants pass this way. What of a Tanawalta? Tanawata. Dang it. With brightly colored hair. Mobby knows something of this one. He hear tongue flaps about a Pelu peddler in Many Fires who was attacked by a crazy-haired bandit on the road. A bandit, you say? Thank you, you've been most helpful. My sister is clearly not here. Though I wish it were otherwise, you must consider the possibility that the Tanawatan messenger and the brigand described by the sentry are one and the same, and that Lamati is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to Many Fires. I'd like a word with this peddler should they still be around. I'm teleporting for this one. I want to try to wrap up this section. That way, next stream will be in the next area. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, second promise. It was that scoundrel Wakesa who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. Wakesa and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel. And with no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs, they've had to become more creative. Little wonder he went after Lamati. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands. I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first and deliver his deserved payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I will assume of a well-to-do merchant to lure Wakesa out of hiding. Then, when he comes sniffing about, we catch the rat by the tail. An excellent plan. I have just the right garments for you to disguise. Especially discounted price, of course. A brush with bandits hasn't damaged your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well, I accept your generous deal. Now we lay the bait. I will precede you into many fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. If Wakesa is as coin-hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. Time to play our parts. Alright, gotta follow you, huh? Can I zip to you? No. I can't Icarus at you. I'm trying to Icarus. I know it's Icarus. That's like saying Icarus. There. That Jabral fellow. Show him how happy your imaginary deal with me has made you. Once you put on an appropriate display, we can continue on to our next performance. Hey man, you have any idea how happy I am? I am so happy! A rare gemstone from the Hetsero merchant, you say? I envy the profit he must have made from such a tale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I've not been able to peddle goods at my usual haunts. A good start, but I would make certain Wakesa is aware of me. Let's continue. Beep, 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 beep. That moblin over there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours. Why? The Hetsaro sold you a sparkle stone for your collection? Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant, all the jingle shine he must have made. That should be enough. Perhaps one last act to drive it home. The way you laugh is very funny. You see that cheerful Pelu? Tell him the tale of your precious gemstone, and then we'll be done with this part of the charade. Passing peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection? That is a stroke of luck. And I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pell of my own. Who knows? Maybe opportunity will find me, even as it found you. I put the gemstone in my hat. Ah, my most valued customer. The profit from that single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Traveling with such a fat person, no sellswords is tempting fate, so I shall make Earthenshire my last stop, and then return forthwith to Tuliyollal. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. You played your part to perfection, Gaganji, a man of many talents, just as Thancred and Urianger described. Now let's lure Walkessa out and spring our trap. Let's execute the final stage of the plan. I will set out towards Earthenshire alone and unarmed, the better to sell the active of a defenseless merchant. Assuming Walkessa is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind, remaining hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. Right, set the funnels to stun. I'm aware. I've done this before. Both capturing people and setting my my funnels to stun. The latter much more recently, actually. You'd be surprised where. I need to crouch down. I'm a Lalafell. This tree is huge compared to me. Also, this is going way back to the things I mentioned before about other races we haven't seen around over here. I can't recall if I saw any Hrothgar. Not Hrothgar, Rogadin. Sorry. That was the other one I was thinking of. Like, I felt like I was missing one of the races. And, you know, for some reason, Rogadin slipped my mind. I apologize. I know a lot of people who are fans of Rogadin. Anyway, I hear business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of the profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have. It's time to do a violence. Hello. Might I interest you in some funnels? You're the gemstone collector. Oh, I see what this is. We've been tricked. Spit in your eye. Men, kill these Vidral. You're not gonna like how this ends. Slippery vermin. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. You be so kind. Or leave them capable of speech. Now we get to do what we're actually good at. Violence! Violence! Over here. Oh, they're already... Two of them already down. And then they were gone. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, that's the second promise. What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal ears as a trophy, as soon as I get free of these ropes. You do know I'm still here with my funnels, right? I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat Paka. Wow, I get the curse. I don't like to do it often, but alright. Eat Paka, shit, salt lover. They'll get not answers from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is Wook Lamont? See, here's a part that I can like relate with Kona. You know, as an older brother, having him be, you know, getting protective when his little sister's in trouble is a very understandable and endearing trait. And I'm glad we actually get to see it here. It makes him a much more likable character. I'm fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We were hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired by whom? We weren't told that either. Only Walkessa knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader after all. Once I've arranged for the Landsguard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills. But perhaps you could pursue Walkessa in the meantime? The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. It might lead us to where Lamati is being held. And now for one of our so-loved quests. Quest types. Well, or will be soon. You'll follow a guy without being seen. But yeah, I think it's also a reason why I like the idea of Zerolja similarly kind of deciding that he needs to be the leader, like, take on all this you know, extra responsibility because he's, you know, the oldest of the three, and, you know, he knows as much as his father does that they are not, you know, ready for the throne, and rather than realize that also means him too, means it's all the more reason he needs to do this, to keep them safe and to, you know, prove himself. You know? Beep beep. Oh. Went too far into the water. Nothing. Just a wild motorcycle. Don't worry about it. Wild motorcycle noises. Nothing here. I cannot remember for the life of me where he, like, turns around, so... Where's that damn Hooby go? Where did Hooby go? I think this is this. Yeah, this is the destination. That it looked familiar enough. Even, you know, like a month later. Random bits that I do remember. Finally, my money. Give it to me now. The Landscar may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. Right. Also, my other friend kept wanting to buy Gundam models. We are finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Such hostility. You were hurting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look, I could tell that man was a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Oh, spare me your fearful bleeding. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Kona told me the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? This is Thancred. You think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wildcats and stay on the Mamulja's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we're certain they have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Yes, that means you have to just do this again. Following one character was enough. What if two? I really don't want to do these again, so I'm being very careful about when I'm moving forward. But I think the problematic one is like way later in a side quest. Did I hear a wild motorcycle? I didn't know they were native to these parts. Let's see the AAA handle this.
Better late than never.
This is Thancred.
That Marmulja. He's the one who kidnapped Wook Lamart. So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters.
Confound it!
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
But yeah, this is the part that made me like Kona.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived. Gah! I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her! I do trust him, but... Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back. I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be? These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors.
A pause here just for everyone. The funny thing is, both my characters are brothers, so this one is the older brother. So yes, he completely would understand this and would probably have a very similar reaction. Considering I actually had like a plot point for him that he thought his family was dead, was willing to burn down the entire Garlean Empire in revenge for it. So yeah, no. If anyone would understand it, it would be this one.
They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself.
Yeah, here's basically why he cares so little about, Turali tradition, or at least that of the, his own people, because of, how he's been actively hurt by it.
I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyollal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Thancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes? Why release the Panity if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
There will also be many fires. But yeah, this is totally kind of the plot. I feel like I actually, you know, one of the two plots that I feel like Jafar Jah orchestrated. Not so sure about that second one that we haven't seen yet. This one, very few, considering the lead up, I would be shocked if it's not supposed to be that's not supposed to be the implication here. I may have put rescuing Lamatia ahead of my own progress, but not take that to mean I've given up on the contest. You understand how important she is to me, yet regardless of how close we were, I would have made this same choice. After all, if I am capable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I am not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. We need to gather our forces. Sorry, am I cracking my knuckles and knuckles? Starring Dante from Devil May Cry. Firstly, allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. Explanation. Discourse. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hubigo knows where Lamatie has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their boat even as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release your Punatui from its harness, leaving us without a means to give pursuit. Aaronville, as an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it about, however. Would you accompany him? Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the Punati was let loose. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Earthenshire's artisans are about a short walk away. Let's divide the tasks and have at it. There was an unusually aggressive herd of wild Punatis downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try the waters upriver. The river's up water. Not much. What's up water with you? Yeah, I want to wrap up this plot point, and that's what we'll kind of call it for this stream. Speaking of streams,
Waka waka!
Assuming our Punati has come this way, she'll be hiding in the depths of Marsh Ligaka. We'll need to lure her back to the shallows with the promise of food. All Punatis eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I add leftovers to the feed I've prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. The Gaka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scare feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our Punati's enticing feast. If I remember correctly, when I got told that, it was either the sibling or the friend of our friend thought that Aaronville would be our Beastmaster character. It was after this particular cutscene, I think. As he also whisper this oversized manatee back into our care. All set? I just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Again, I am very small. Do not feel like I need to crouch behind the rock. I just have to stand there. Here she is. Yeah, this is the scene there. Shh! There's nothing to be afraid of. I just need your help one last time. You're hungry, I wager. Come on, come with me. Manatee! Yes, there's a good girl. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats, then lead her over to the boat. You can let Kona know we have our Punti back. Hi, Kona. Oh, jeez, where'd you come from? Aaronville has the Punti in hand, then? Good. I expected nothing less from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts we need. The Levier twins are over in Earthenshire now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. I'm told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we hear from Thancred. 93! Kona's nervously waiting the call. Thancred must know something by now. This is Thancred. You found her? Understood, thank you. I had about to invoke his name. Thancred followed the Hubigo's boat to its destination and confirmed they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakul Jaj and his minions. I swear I'll make them regret this. Lamachi is in Richley tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap into Punti and make our way back down Ihoikatamu. I don't think they ever actually say that voiced. Or if they have, it's alright. I've already forgotten when they say it or how to pronounce it. Where are the additional Snymon? Actually, the Digimon they faced Shellmon next, I think. No, it was
Thancred.
This is Thancred. It was a fish. For Bergermon first. No. Oh yeah, no, it was Shellmon next.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
I think? Or am I... It was either Quillamon or Shellmon. One of the two. I need to watch the original Digimon again. I'm failing to remember like the first kind of episode. That's neither here nor there.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim the baubles by force.
I love Blue Hawaii!
Give it back! Fosuntain poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it.
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
Immediately shot in the face.
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
Look who's talking! Holy crap.
Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
You tell him, Kona.
That useless Bune was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit her hostage.
You know I have funnels, right? I can laser you from multiple directions.
That one's not to be underestimated.
Just keep marching forward like I will destroy anyone who gets in my way.
They can do nothing while we have.
This is Thancred. Ow! My spine.
Impeccable timing.
Archie, are you all right?
That grunt. So good. Whoa!
Thanks to you.
These weaklings think they can defy us? We'll slaughter the lot of them!
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
He's still feeling that.
I won't stop until I gut these maggots and feed them their entrails!
If we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Like, this is good stuff here.
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
And your very slow solar flare. Like, how'd they even work on me? We have a mask. Our eyes are guarded. But yeah, no, like,
we head back.
It's no surprise that people really caught, like,
And that is what matters.
like Bakul Jaja. Because he's one of he goes through a very solid arc through this. I wonder if I could even, how many people would rate it higher than Wuklamats. Because Wuklamat is going through kind of the shonen hero thing, and so she does learn things, but I don't think her arc is as, transformative as Bakul Jaja's becomes. But that's, getting well ahead of ourselves. I'm glad to see you unharmed, Lamachi. Thanks again for coming to my rescue, Kona. And all of you, too. Bakul Jaja must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him, and it cost me a keystone. Fontaine upended his life so that I could accomplish the Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my cause, and I've let him down. You're goddamn right about that. Next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight on his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Still my favorite flavor. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Bakul Jaja curse some useless Bunawa sycophant when he caught sight of us? Okay, yeah, no, they actually do outright say that Cyrilja actively, planned this little situation here. A reference to Cyrilja, I would assume. He is devoted to our brother, and it's only Bunawa I know of participating in the rite of succession. If Cyrilja was somehow involved in this, I'll never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will forfeited his right to be called brother. Ahem. Bakul Jaja should face punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had the temerity to abduct Lamati. I shall request that Father send a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe. But I wonder what pushed these people towards a life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. Someone else pointed out, this highlighted this point when they played through. And I didn't even think about this, but that's a really good idea. People don't just turn to banditry for the sake of banditry. People aren't just naturally cruel like that. Their situation drives them to do things for the most, for most people. I'm sure there's probably there's always going to be exceptions to the rule. You've seen there's been stories about people who go and do horrendous things, but for most people, there's a reason they were forced to such situations. And so finding out why and fixing it is a good thing to do. And also, again, this is kind of a show that, Galul Jaja's, rule of Tural isn't as perfect or as wonderful as, one might think. He's doing good work, but there's still problems out there. Problems that, he has not solved yet, or is unable to solve on his own, and will be on the next Dawn Servant to take that up. I didn't think about that in my playthrough, but it shows a smart aspect of Lamachi. It's something to think about. For now, however, the rite continues. I thank you all for your help. You should be moving on as well. Are you feeling fit to travel, Wuklamat? You bet I am. Zeralja's gained a good head start, and it's time we clawed back some lost ground. I am really sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. I don't think there's a forward quest here. Road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to Yakhui. And it's back to where the path through the mountain begins. You remember the spot where you were tricked into walking off with Wakesa? Just going to rub it into my face like that, eh? One of these raising my hackles on purpose, though. Trying to keep my anger directly at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. I have a lot of side quests I'm going to have to clean up. I think that's going to take us right into the next area, so I think we'll wrap things up here. So, as I mentioned, we're double tapping Final Fantasy XIV for this week. Let me get over here. We're double tapping 14 this week, so on Friday we'll be continuing where we left off. At this pace, I think we'll probably get through the next area at least, and at least make some good progress into the one after that, hopefully. As I mentioned, I'll probably go in and clean up all the side quests here, get all the Aether Currents. This will actually give me everything so I can actually fly in this area, which would be nice, but it won't be back here, I think, MSQ-wise. But it'll be useful for anything I want to do on my own. Afterward, I'd rather have that all squared away. Yeah. Hopefully, whether you hung out live to watch, or you checked out the VODs after the fact, hopefully you had a good time. And my stumbling over my words and my thoughts wasn't too problematic. Definitely have to figure out where to set my G pose for striking next time, because the candle is pretty powerful. But for now, though, we need to find ourselves someone to raid, because as always always like to raid at the end of the streams. I'm gonna go for a bit of a wild one. Because I've been watching a lot of his VODs recently again. Just going like, watching through all of Prime 2 and Prime 3 and rewatching his other M playthrough. So, I think we're gonna go right over to Proton John. Definitely. You don't know who he is already? You really should. Very entertaining streamer, plays all sorts of games. Has a very nice community. Go ahead and get him on the screen. And also, actually, some of the way he does things is kind of the template that I use to put together some of my how my stream is set up. So being able to raid over to him is a fun thing to do, I feel like. Anyway, for now, let's get him up on screen.
Slight breeze,
as he's playing some Mario Party Superstar with some friends, it looks like. So it should be a very interesting time.
No, feat.
That's why I didn't try hard enough.
And hopefully I'll see you guys Friday for more Final Fantasy XIV. And if that doesn't catch your fancy, Saturday we are starting off SD Gundam.
Wow, everything's freaking coming up Millhouse here. Look at this.
I forget the exact name of the game, but we are starting up a new Gundam game for our long play on Saturday. And hopefully should be a fun time.
Hey God, it's me, Pierre. It's been a bit.
Hey God, it's me, Pierre. Yeah, no, this should be a good time. So let's get this. You take care of yourselves. Be excellent to one another. Have a good rest of your week. And let's get this raid rolling, shall we? Haha, I'm rolling because there's dice.
Waka waka.
Okay, so do not give you the one.
Yes, if you could not give me the one, I'm going to hit the button and you're going to hit it with me.
All right.
3.
Okay. Wait. Okay. What button?
All right.
It's the A button.
There
actually.
you go.
Okay. Wait, I haven't.
Ta-ta for now. I'll see you all next
That's
time.
absolutely fine. It's A in the same place on both.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
It's X and Y that gets mixed up.
Okay.
No, it's
no
not.
A and B are swapped too.